Okay, so just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to comfortably relax, I'm just going to talk in the background. And as you rest, and you begin to have a sense of your breathing comfortably slowing down, and you begin to relax yourself. You begin to have this sense of focusing on the top of your head, of allowing relaxation to begin to pass down through the top of your head, focusing around your ears, around your temple, your forehead, relaxing, softening those muscles, allowing that relaxation to begin to move down to your cheeks, move down to the upper part of your neck, the lower part of your head. That relaxation beginning to gently relax the jaw muscles, allowing that jaw to hang slightly loose and relaxed and limp. And with each out-breath, any tension can be breathed out. As relaxation gets breathed in, and as you breathe in that relaxation, so it can begin to spread from your head around your face, relaxing your lips and relaxing down your neck, relaxing those muscles in and around the neck, and relaxing down into the shoulders. And as that relaxation spreads down the shoulders, the relaxation can move from your shoulders down your arms. And I don't know whether the relaxation will move down one arm faster than the other, or whether the relaxation will move down both arms at the same rate and speed. And you can notice how that relaxation gently flows down those arms, softening and relaxing the muscles in the upper arm, down to the muscles in the lower arm, all the way down to the hands and out to the fingertips, relaxing so much that perhaps you even notice a very slight tingling or numbness at the fingertips, or a heaviness of the hands or arms as they relax deeper and deeper. And while that relaxation relaxes deeper and deeper through your body, so it can begin to spread around your chest, your upper back, your shoulder blades, beginning to soften and relax through your body, relaxing down towards your stomach, your lower back, with those muscles just beginning the process of deep relaxation. And as they relax deeper and deeper down, so perhaps you'll notice how your breathing begins to change, how you begin to breathe more from your stomach, how each breath becomes longer, more relaxed, increasing that sense of well-being, increasing that sense of comfort and deep relaxation. As that relaxation moves down around your bum and down into your legs, And I don't know whether it'll spread down one leg faster than the other, but you can just notice as that relaxation begins to spread so peacefully, so comfortably down the upper legs, down to the lower legs, all the way down to the tips of your toes. And as you rest there so peacefully, so comfortably, so deeply relaxed, relaxing back, almost like you're resting on a cushion of air, as you continue to relax deeper and deeper. And while you continue to relax deeper and more comfortably, you can notice that with each in-breath, it's like you're breathing in the most comfortable healing light that begins to wrap around your head, pass through your head, filling your head with that healing, softening light. And as that healing light gets breathed in, so it begins to move down through your body, following that relaxation, softening, relaxing, and deeply healing within you, spreading that light down through your neck, your shoulders, around your shoulder blades, out to your arms, down both arms, all the way to your fingertips, spreading that healing light around your chest, your upper back, spreading that healing light down through your lower back, through your stomach, and all the way down internally through your body, softening, healing, and relaxing you deeply inside and out, in your mind and body, softening, relaxing that healing light down to your bum, down your legs, all the way down to the tips of your toes, relaxing you so deeply, so comfortably. And as you continue to drift and dream and relax deeper and deeper asleep all night long, so you can be aware of counting down in your mind, of seeing the number 300 in your mind's eye and counting backwards slowly and gently from 300. And it's okay if you occasionally lose track of where you are. It's okay if occasionally you lose track of the numbers as they pass before you, because you can pick up roughly where you left off and continue to count down deeper and deeper into the experience. And with each count, you can just go so much deeper inside. And I don't know whether you'll go twice as deep with each count, or even deeper still. And you'll keep counting until such time as it just becomes too much effort that you just let go, counting down now from 300, 299, 298, 297, 296, 295, 294, 293, 292, 291. Just continuing that count in your mind's eye while I continue talking gently in the background as you drift deeper and deeper into the experience. As you continue counting back in your mind's eye, so easily and effortlessly comfortable with the idea of losing those numbers, going deeper and deeper, and you see a spiral staircase, and you begin to descend that spiral staircase, descending down 20 steps from 20, 19, 18, going deeper and deeper, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, going deeper and deeper, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, all the way, 4, 3, 2, 1, all the way, and you find yourself walking off those steps, and you head over to a bench, and you sit down on that bench, and you drift deeper into this experience. As you begin to relax, I'm just going to tell this sleep meditation in the background. And it's a sleep meditation about a man who wakes up one day to the sound of the grandfather clock downstairs chiming at 8 a.m. And every morning, with the sound of that chiming, he gets up, he gets straight out of bed, and he heads downstairs. And as he heads downstairs, so he hears the ticking of that grandfather clock. And he always tries to get downstairs near the clock before all 8 chimes have sounded. And then he walks through to the kitchen. He makes himself a drink and some breakfast. And he likes to jump straight up out of bed, feeling alert and awake, because he knows that when he was younger, he used to sleep through alarms and used to allow himself to drift and float deeper asleep when an alarm sounded. He would just reach over, turn it off, roll over, and fall back asleep. So now he has his routine, where he wakes straight up, leaves bed, walks downstairs, and makes sure that way he doesn't go back to bed and lie down. And for breakfast he always looks in the cupboards to see what he can have today. And he'll sometimes have toast with a different spread, other times pancakes, other times cereal. Then he unlocks the back door, walks outside the back of his house, breathes in the fresh morning air, feels that air as it passes in through his nose, down into his lungs, almost feeling it passing through his body. He turns to face the sun, even on cloudy days, closes his eyes and allows the warmth of the sun to begin to wake up his body clock. He has a drink and then heads back inside. Heads through to the living room, where he often finds his dog just lying there sleeping in the corner of the living room. He sometimes thinks that his dog's lazier than he is, and seems to want to sleep more than he wants to sleep. And so he goes over, he pets the dog, he sees the dog move around, and he swears that he notices the dog's eyes close tighter, almost as if the dog is trying to say, "Don't wake me up, I want to sleep." Then he starts tickling the dog, and then the dog always wakes up and joins in and has fun with him. And they sit and play for a while, before he then heads out on a walk with his dog. And when he leaves his house to go on a walk, he walks down the street, turns into a park, and as he walks through the park, so he can notice other dog walkers, some being far more active than he is. And at the other side of the park is a footpath that leads down to the beach. And so he cuts through that footpath, cuts through the overhanging trees, the rustling leaves, noticing the colours of those trees, the brown of the bark, the green of the leaves, the crunching of each footstep that he takes. Before it opens up to a beautiful sandy beach. And then lets that dog off of the leash. And the dog rushes around, runs down to the sea. Instantly just leaps a wave and splashes down through another wave. And then runs and splashes, jumping waves, trying to bite waves, rolling in the water, before running back out onto the sand and rolling in the sand. And the man throws a ball a few times, and the dog runs after it and brings it back. And to the man, he's just having a leisurely stroll, while his dog is just rushing around, using so much energy. He's always surprised how much energy the dog seems to use, given how lethargic the dog seems when they're at home. And as they walk along the beach, so they can see a father and a child building the most grand sand castle. They've dug a moat all the way from the seashore, sloping down, guiding that water down that channel and around this grand castle. They've managed to fashion sand bridges over that water. And they've obviously used many buckets of sand to carefully build up that sand castle. And now they're going around that sand castle, carefully smoothing the edges, carefully smoothing the turrets, just making it just right. And just as that father and child step away from the sandcastle to admire it, and the father gets his phone out to take a photo of the sandcastle and his child smiling next to it, and the dog leaps in the air, turns his back to the sandcastle to catch the flying ball, and skids straight through the sandcastle, rolling down the other side, and then proudly displaying the ball in its teeth. And the man was really distressed and upset and worried about what they might think, and runs over to apologise. But as he gets there, so he notices the father laughing so hard, and that the child looks sad, but the father is laughing so hard. And the man runs over, saying, "Sorry, sorry, sorry," and is really apologetic. And the man turns his phone to the other man and shows the photo that he got of the dog with the most weird expression, reaching for the ball, cheeks flared open, some saliva going everywhere, legs flailing, with a cloud of sand spraying up from the sandcastle. And this man just thought this was the funniest photo. And when he showed it to his son couldn't help but keep laughing as well, and couldn't be angry at the dog when it came up, dropped the ball at his feet, and started knocking its head against the child's leg, and wrapping itself around the child's legs, wanting to play. And the father said that it's fine. It's only sand. They can rebuild it. That what's been created here is greater than the sand castle. It's a memory that won't be forgotten. It's something that probably will never happen again. That they'll probably come to the beach, they'll probably build multiple sand castles. But now when they do that, they'll laugh and remember that time the dog flew through the castle. And they have the photo to prove it. They'll be able to tell the mother what happened and show the photo. They'll be able to tell friends, family. And all these people will laugh. And so that one event, that chance random event, will bring happiness and joy to so many people. Even though on the surface The first reaction was that something that was worked so hard for was destroyed. And the man asked if he could be sent a copy of the photo, that he'd like to be able to print it off. And the father said that that would be fine. And the man apologised again about the sandcastle and carried on walking along the beach with his dog. And while walking along, he was sure that his dog had a smug smile. But he felt that dogs shouldn't be able to have smug smiles. He just felt that the way that dog was walking and looking, he knew the dog knew what it had done. And even though the father and the child were okay with what had happened, he still felt a bit guilty about it. And he still wanted to tell the dog off, but at the same time couldn't bring himself to do so. Because when he looked at his dog's face, he would just smile. And he couldn't be mad at him. And so they carried on walking along the beach. And from time to time that dog ran down into the water, splashed around, tried to eat the waves, leapt over some, dived through others, seemed to always want to roll in the sand when it came out of the water, rather than just shaking itself off to dry itself off. And he was sure the dog did that again just to be cheeky, knowing that it made him all dirty, and that when he then shakes himself off, it makes everyone jump back. And a little way along the path, they turned up from the beach, down another footpath, through into some more woodland. And they wandered through this woodland, gradually weaving up through the woodland, up a slight hill, until they came out into a meadow up on top of a hill. And up here on this meadow, they could see a myriad of flowers and grasses all blowing in the breeze. I could see down over a small village. I could feel the warmth of the sun. Notice clouds in the sky. And the man took this moment to just place his coat on the ground and then sit on his coat and rest back on his arms. And he just rested there looking out over the meadow while his dog wandered round, sniffing at the plants, following scents that are unseen, jumping, rolling around, and then occasionally just lying down for a little bit and resting also. And while he rested there, he watched as swallows darted around in the sky. As some birds of prey circled high overhead. As the occasional dragonfly darted into view, hovered, and then made impossible seeming maneuvers, jetting off in different directions. And could hear that wind blowing gently across the meadow, watching butterflies land on different flowers, having a drink, and then flying off to another flower, and bees going from plant to plant, and just relaxing and being in the moment, being out in nature. And while he rested here, he got his phone out and started reading a book on his phone. And he was a little way through this book. And as he read this book, so he began to get drawn into the story. Drawn into a story about someone in space, circling the Earth in a shuttle, and part-way round the Earth, the shuttle encountered an anomaly, and as it passed through that anomaly, it vanished. And as it vanished, it reappeared elsewhere in the past. And it was still on its same journey around the Earth. It's just the Earth below wasn't at the same time as it was moments earlier. And the people on the shuttle suddenly lost contact with the ground control. And they couldn't hear anything. They couldn't pick up any signals coming from the planet below. They couldn't detect anything else in orbit with them. And they had to start working at trying to solve this problem, trying to work out what happened and how they can get back to their present time. And 90 minutes later, suddenly they encountered the anomaly again in space. They passed through that anomaly again. And as they did, the Earth below seemed to change again. It was as if they perhaps had gone back in time even further. And they realized that this anomaly seems to be transporting them back through time. And so they had to figure out how they could head through the anomaly the opposite direction. But they knew that they couldn't just fire thrusters, turn around and fly back the other way, because they're travelling thousands of miles an hour in one direction. But they need to know exactly where the anomaly is. And so they work out a way of just subtly changing their orbit, so that the next time round they just miss the anomaly. And when they go round again, they're a few degrees further out of line with the anomaly. And over a number of weeks, they circle the Earth below, each time moving a few degrees, until eventually they're facing the opposite direction. And now they're going to be coming at that anomaly from the opposite route. And this time, as they pass through the anomaly, the planet below transforms back to how it was before. And then 90 minutes later, when they pass through the anomaly again, it transforms again. And they can suddenly hear ground control, they can suddenly hear and pick up other transmissions and recognize other stuff in space with them. And then they have a dilemma. Do they go through the anomaly to see if it'll take them into the future, knowing how hard it is to turn around and go back through again? Or do they just steer now to avoid the anomaly, warn others about this anomaly here, and then just carry out their normal mission and return to Earth as planned? And they decide that they're going to tell ground control what has occurred, share everything they know with ground control, and tell them that they're going to fly through the anomaly again, that they know there's a risk. And so they don't know how far they travel one direction or the other. They couldn't work out exactly how far into the past they had travelled, so they don't know exactly how far into the future they'll travel. But they tell ground control that if this works and they end up in the future, just to be prepared, to make sure that there's an alert that's permanently, from this point forth, on every mission log, that something could come from this direction until that event has occurred, to make sure that when they pass through the anomaly, there shouldn't be anything on the other side directly in line with them. And then, at the end of the 90 minutes, they pass through that anomaly, and they come out in the distant future. They see a giant hovering space station that looks like it's tethered, like a giant hammer tethered to the Earth. And they can see lights zipping up and down from the Earth up to that space station, and from the space station down to the Earth. And they can see different kinds of lights, lights going up and down, almost like a lift in a tube. And then there's larger circles or donut shapes that seem to be rising up, carrying more stuff up to that space station before lowering back down again. And not long after they pass through and come out in the future, and they receive a message telling them how far they've travelled into the future, telling them that people have been ready and waiting and avoiding the anomaly through time, and that they already knew
when they were going to appear, because they made it back safely and were able to report back when they had appeared and what had happened. And so although they don't know right now what happened, there is a report existing of what happened that they wrote. And they find this a really unusual concept, to know that there's a document that they wrote saying what their entire experience was here that they've not yet had, and explaining the exact time that they've arrived that they don't yet know, that was shared because they know they make it safely back, but they don't know yet that they are going to make it safely back. And they get told that here, now, it's so far in the future that it's easy for their shuttle to have some small unmanned drones put alongside it, and they'll fire thrusters in different directions that can help the shuttle turn around and face back to the anomaly without it having to repeatedly circle the Earth, gradually changing direction. And so they talk about this time period without revealing much about the technology other than what they can see from the shuttle. And they share how far in the future this is. And the astronauts are impressed with how much will be achieved and pleased that something gets achieved. And they have a mission here, something they can do that others can't, because others have developed thinking styles that have stopped them thinking quite so basic. And yet these astronauts from the past think far more basic. And so there's certain problem solving that they do well. And so they help these future people with that before heading back home. And as they head back home, and the story reaches a natural point to stop reading, that man drifts out of the story and back to the meadow. And back in the meadow, he glances over to his dog, makes sure the dog is still behaving and still there. He listens to those rustling leaves of the trees. And after a little bit, he stands up, walks through the meadow, whistles for his dog, who comes running over, bounding across the meadow. And they walk down the hill, down that meadow, down towards that village down there. And as they near the village, so they wander into a pedestrianised street with some nice quaint shops on either side, and the smells of the butchers, of the bakers, and the other smells of florists, the market, the sounds of church bells ringing at the end of the village. Heading down and over a bridge, over a river, following that riverbank, And while following that riverbank, the man often does this walk and heads to where he grew up as a child, to some woodland he used to play in. And he arrives at that bit of woodland just off the riverbank, walks into the woods, and he can see his zip wire that he built years earlier, that he connected to trees up high on the hills, all the way down to the trees at the bottom of the hills. And it was made out of wire, and it's been there for decades. And he knows that children frequently stumble across this and then use it, and sometimes you have to remove some branches that have crossed the path of the zip wire. But it doesn't take a lot of effort, and then you can use it. And so he pulls it all the way to the top, with his dog following him all the way up to the top of the hill. And the zip wire has a small bit of wood to sit on. He places that between his legs, jumps up, lifts his legs up, and feels the bounce of the wire as he lands back onto the seat, and the pulley travels down that wire, hitting a rubber tire at the end, throwing him up in the air a little bit, before bouncing him back a little bit away from that tree. And he feels as exhilarated now doing this as he used to as a child. And he does that a few more times, recapturing his youth in his mind. And he's pleased that something he put together so many years ago is still here, and still able to be used, and still able to bring fun to many people. And as it zips down the hill, the dog often chases after him, barking and panting, and then skidding to a halt as he suddenly stops at the bottom. And then he continues his walk. He often follows this path down the river, down to the second bridge, crosses that bridge, and walks back up the other side of the river, almost like walking in a large circle. He finds not only is this good for giving his dog a walk and giving him some exercise, but it also helps with his mental health and helps to make sure that he gets some fresh air, and he finds many needs met from this walk, where he wanders through countryside down to the beach, and through countryside he stops and reads and relaxes for a while, then recaptures some childhood memories before continuing his walk along the river, over the bridge and back up the other side of the river, following that other side of the river, and then over another bridge, and then heading back towards the woodland. And as he heads back towards the woodland, he passes under a silver arch sculpture, and on top of that silver arch sculpture is what looks like a silver jet plane And out the back of that silver jet plane is a silver trail heading down, joining with the top of the arch, and then passing off the side of the arch, almost as if that jet has flown towards the arch, turned up to avoid the arch, and just skimmed the tip of the arch, almost as if it's barely touching the silver arch itself. And it's been sculpted with so much detail and so much movement in its work that it just looks like it could have been flying right there. And it seems to be barely touching that arch, so much so that you could almost be convinced, if you just glanced, that it was something flying past an arch. Almost like it's defying gravity over the arch, where the point of contact between the trail from behind the jet and the point not even on the top of the arch but just near the side of it just makes contact, doesn't look enough contact to hold the weight of that jet. And he always walks through the arch and has this sense of the importance of this arch to this area, to those who have fought in many conflicts and are being remembered. And so he feels that it's important to walk through that arch. And that fighter he always thinks of as looking like it's trying to do a victory lap in the sky, as if it's circling around and releasing some smoke behind it in celebration. Like the end of some difficult time. And he continues along that path into the woodland. As he walks into the woodland, so he notices this part of the woodland is deeper and denser. Sound is more muffled, and the rustling of the leaves overhead take on a slightly deeper tone. And it's darker in this part of the woodland, and even less breeze can make it into the woodland here, and so he feels a deeper sense of peace, a deeper sense of solitude, a greater opportunity to think about things and process things in his mind as he walks through this part of the woodland. And this is his healing journey. This is his healing walk that he makes every day, where anything playing on his mind when he gets to here, this is when he takes his time to think about it, to process that, so that when he arrives home, he can arrive home clear-headed. He can arrive home leaving anything he doesn't want to arrive home with behind him, where here he can process those things. And as he walks through here, so his mind wanders and starts processing. He starts to have a sense of pacing in a measured way through a Zen garden, You can notice the peace. You can notice the rhythm. You can notice the order in this garden. And notice the way that as sand is raked, so order can be created. Knots in life can be undone. And as stones are placed strategically, they can have tremendous meaning. Meaning what stone and where, and then how it's placed. And then sitting on a large black stone, carefully reached, walking across sand, raking behind where you're walking. As he sits, crosses his legs on that stone in his mind's eye, and takes some deep, purposeful breaths, breathing out longer than breathing in, being present and in the moment, being aware of where he is, aware of where sounds are, almost like making time here stand still. And as he's aware of here and his eyes close, it's as if his eyes are open, as if he's got a third eye that can see when his eyes are shut. That can see a representation of the world around him as he rises outside of himself and can see himself sat there meditating, rising above himself, seeing mountains in the distance and floating as a mind to the mountains, floating, drifting through space and time over to those mountains, and settling down in front of a cave high up in the mountains, perched just in the entrance of a small cave, just big enough to camp in. And thinking about a fire outside that cave, and seeing a small wood campfire appear. And thinking about something comfortable to wrap up, snuggle down in. And noticing that appear, the most comfy, fluffy blankets that he wraps around himself as he sits in the entrance to that cave, hearing the wind whistle with the most beautiful note behind him and back out of that cave past his ears, and that crackling of the fire while he gazes down and can see himself sat all the way over there in the distance in the Zen garden, and can see everything in between, and can recognize this as his mind, where the connection between the him walking through the woods and him up here in this mountain. Is that him down there in the Zen garden? Where here he can look down and survey his mind, surveying a metaphorical landscape of his mind. All the worry, darkness, all the light and pleasures, and everything in between. And from up here, just like controlling a lucid dream, or programming a computer game, he can work on programming and influencing the landscape below from this position up high above that landscape, from this relaxed, calm position, rewinding areas of darkness to bring light and comfort, adding more light and movement and excitement to other areas, creating easy paths through woodland, through dense forest, to areas of pleasure and happiness. And making forest thicker and harder to travel through, to areas of pain, to areas that it's preferable not to travel to. While seeing the animals in the forest, seeing the animals in the rivers, seeing the birds overhead, working in harmony with this world, seeing the plants, trees, all working in harmony, that even those dark forests, those dark areas, become brighter and more appealing as time goes on, as that work continues, as they get tended to by animals. And then up here, they have a sense of relaxing by this fire and drifting into their own deep meditation, almost like a deep spiritual meditation that this person up here is having, connecting with the world around them, being able to lower their hands down to the ground beneath them, and as those hands touch the ground, so they feel a deep connection, almost like their hands and the ground beneath them become one and fuse on some level. As a purple, healing glow spreads out through every atom of this land from those hands, even spreading into the sky, beginning to give the sky a slight purple tinge. And then as the fire burns down to embers, so they have a sense of opening their eyes and launching from the cave and flying back to that them in the Zen garden, and then leaving that Zen garden and finding themselves reaching the end of the woods, walking out of those woods with their dog alongside them, heading out of the woods, following that path, past a park, seeing some children playing, back towards the street, on the way home, and then arriving home, the dog feeling satisfied with the long walk, instantly going in and lying back down in bed. The man going in, hearing the ticking of that grandfather clock, and seeing that it's now 11 o'clock, and a couple of hours have passed since waking up. And making a drink, and sitting down in the back garden to relax briefly before carrying on with the day. And then on this day, they carry out a few chores, they lead a normal day, they grab some lunch, they watch some TV in the afternoon. They spend a lot of time in their garden. And they do a bit of gardening. And they see what looks like a diamond hanging on a thread from a tree at the end of the garden, just gently spinning at the end of the garden. They head down to that diamond. They don't know whether it's a diamond or not, or whether it's just another crystal. But they spin it in their hand, and as they do, they see rainbow shards of light dance from that crystal as the sun catches it while it spins. And while that happens, the tree appears to move. And as that tree moves, they find a portal opening up. And they're curious what's happening, but comfortable as well, and they walk through the portal. And as they walk through that portal, so they descend some steps. They walk down those steps, and as they walk deeper down the steps, they realise that there's some secret place here under the end of their garden. They realise that that tree has never been a real tree. But they don't remember seeing that crystal hanging from the tree before. And they don't know why turning that crystal and having that light reflect off it has opened this portal, opened this pathway. And they realise that deep under where they live, there seems to be a whole other world, a whole secret area, like a civilization living under a civilization. And they can see animals and trees. They can see what looks like people. And they go to talk to some of these people. And they find out that this area was built many decades earlier, when there was conflict in this area. And they thought that the conflict may not go in their favour. And so they had built this area. They'd built some secret ways down into this area. And ever since, it's been kept active. And many of these people down here are scientists, military personnel. And they can see what looks like the most incredible aeroplanes. And they talk about how there's tunnels going off many miles that head out to cliffs that can launch these planes through fake cliffs if needed. And that they do so when testing those planes at times. And they say that they're going to have to wipe the mind of this person, and he doesn't want his mind wiped. And they tell him that if he can be of help to them, then his mind won't have to be wiped. If he agrees to continue to keep it a secret, and perhaps even work with them on some of their projects. And they hand him a box, and they tell him, if you can access that box, we won't wipe your mind. And they explain that it takes a lot of training and knowledge to be able to access that box. To know what the right pattern is, and to recognize the kind of pattern. And while they're telling him this, and he's watching and listening to them, his hands absent-mindedly ping open the box to reveal a golden key. And he takes that key and they're surprised at how fast he managed to access that box that others take years of training. They then take him to a building and tell him that if he can make his way round the maze in this building, blindfolded, then he can prove himself and open the door with the key at the other end of the maze. And so he walks into the maze blindfolded, and he puts his left hand on the nearest wall, and he starts walking. And he walks and he walks, keeping his left hand on the wall. And he doesn't take his left hand off of the wall, and he walks and he walks and he walks until he finds the exit. And he uses the key, opens the door, and even through his blindfold, he can notice the bright light. And he takes off the blindfold, and he sees the most incredible sight. What looks like a vast UFO in a highly illuminated room. and the person that saw him into the maze is stood there, surprised that he'd managed to navigate a maze blindfolded. And he said that it's easy. I just kept my hand on the wall. And they say there'll definitely be a position for you here. That we're working on incredible things for the future. And they asked what he does currently, and he explains that he walks his dog, that he reads, that he learns and studies the world, that he gets lost in thought and fantasies, that he sees the world differently to most others. He sees beauty and wonder, but at the same time gets surprised and down because of his overthinking. And he explains that he used to be a musician, but he lost all confidence. And so he still makes some money from his music that's out there, but doesn't really do anything else with his life. He's felt lost. He's felt without a purpose for a while. And he's wondered what that purpose would end up being, what would give him new purpose, what would give him a challenge and something to work for. And now this opportunity has presented itself. And they're quick to hire someone who thinks how he thinks. And he gets shown back out of this base. And it just happens that that portal to here is in his garden. And he'd never noticed it until today. He'd never discovered that portal, even though it was always there. And as the sun sets, so he settles down for the evening before heading to bed, wrapping himself up comfortably under his quilt, sinking his head deep into the pillow, and drifting and floating into the most beautiful dream, and then on into the most healing deep sleep, sleeping well through the night. And as you begin to comfortably drift asleep, you can have a sense of an old lady sat in a rocking chair on the porch of a farmhouse. And the old lady's just rocking backwards and forwards with that creaking of the rocking chair on the wooden floor. The sounds of birds flying high in the sky, looking out over that farm, looking out over the fields and the setting sun. And her grandchildren come to see her and talk to her, and they sit down cross-legged on the floor. And she starts to tell them a story. She tells them that this is a true story from her life. It's a story of intrigue, of wonder. A story so incredible. She's curious whether they'll even believe her as she tells it. And she begins to tell this story. She tells the children to sit down comfortably and relax. And if they want to let their eyes close, they can, while they listen along. And she talks about how many years ago, when she was a young woman, she went out on a ship and she was sailing around the earth. She was going to sail to many countries. And as she sailed, she had a crew that came with her. And she had a book that she was following. And in this book was marked places that someone centuries earlier had travelled to, and the myths and legends they discovered on those lands. And she was curious what it was that led to these myths and legends. She'd imagined that the writings about a kraken, about a large sea monster, were probably just sightings of a large squid. Perhaps even sightings of whales breaching. And so she was sure that she could intellectually explain all of the writings in the book. And she wanted to rewrite this book factually, trying to find out what led to the author writing those myths. And across the sea, there was very little to see. There was no kraken, no sea monsters, just calm, open ocean. Whatever direction she looked was just blue sea to the horizon, the occasional white, wispy cloud in the sky, and that boat just bobbing up and down. And after a few days, they approached the first piece of land, and she could see on the land that stuck out into the sea that there was some kind of a fort. And she could see the turrets on top of the fort. And she could see a light reflecting from the top, like someone was reflecting sunlight with a mirror. And she could notice that that was communicating a code with the flashes of the light. And they worked out that this code was communicating for them to come to shore in that location. So they headed over towards that fort. They docked that boat. The woman looked at her book, looked at where this place was, and saw that it was near a location that was in the book. So she decided while they're in port here, she would go and explore. So she rented a horse, and it was just a small Shetland pony. And she rode that Shetland pony, bouncing and bobbing up and down on its back, with its legs flailing around, trying to make it trot along rapidly. and its fast clippity-clopping along the dirt paths. And she rode that out from the settlement, through a valley, into some woodland, and on beyond the woodland to a river. And she kept checking her book to see where she was, how far she'd come, in relation to where that book said the author of the book had travelled. And she recognised that this river was on that map in the book. So she followed along, dismounted from the Shetland pony. She tied it to a tree to continue the little bit of journey she had left, taking her just up into a hill on foot. And she could hear the sound of the flowing water. She could smell that freshness of the water. And she could see a cave up in the hills. And as she headed to those caves, she went to the largest one and realised there was a large cave and the others were almost like windows, just allowing more light in. And hanging in the main entrance was a metal container on a chain. And in the breeze, that metal container was moving, swirling around. And there seemed to be some incense or something smelling fragrant coming out of that metal container as it swirled and moved in the breeze. And she noticed a very slight lightheadedness as she walked through that and into the cave. And she turned on a light. She aimed her light around inside the cave, looking at the cave walls. And she could see some drawings on the cave that looked like wild animals and people. And she walked deeper into the cave until she found what looked like a hole in the ground covered over with some wood. And so she moved that wood and could see a rope ladder leading down under this cave. She shone her light down the cave, down that hole. She counted that there were 10 rungs of the ladder. She couldn't hold the light and descend the ladder at the same time. So she turned the light off, put that in her pocket, and began to descend. 10, 9, and she counted her way down those rungs. 8, 7, 6, going deeper and deeper. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and then she stepped onto the ground in this underground chamber beneath the cave. She got her light back out again, turned around, shone that around, before taking any steps, just to make sure everything was safe. She could notice the silence down here, how sound seemed to get lost in the walls, with barely any echo. How everything seemed so muted, the air seemed so still. And as she
shone that light around. Occasionally, it would sparkle off of things on the walls. And so she went and explored. And she found a few crystals embedded in the dirt of the walls. And she found some stone slabs. And on those stone slabs, she could see markings that looked like writing. And she couldn't read that writing. But she had this sense that it was writing. And she carried on exploring. And she noticed that this chamber led into a corridor. She followed that corridor until she could hear the sound of running water. And she came out into a section of this cave that was illuminated by stringy blue fungus hanging from the ceiling, that was giving off the most beautiful blue glow, illuminating this cave, making that water seem to shine with an electric blue colour. And resting on the water, she could see what looked like a raft. And so she climbed onto that raft and decided to see where this goes. And with a pole that was on the raft, she pushes away from the edge. And the raft begins to move with the flowing water. And she uses that pole to prod down into the water, onto the bottom of this underground river, to help steer that raft. And she guides and steers that raft along this river. And then the river reaches some rapids that seem to head downwards deeper and deeper underground. And she uses the pole to keep that raft at a manageable speed as it navigates the rapids. And she turns with the rapids and navigates successfully down those rapids, the occasional spray splashing up from the front of the raft. Until the rapids smooth out, and she finds herself in a lake, and there's still that blue glow. And she pulls the raft over to the side, disembarks that raft. She attaches the raft to the shore. She doesn't know if she'll use that to get back out of the cave at this point, or find an alternative way back up those rapids. But she's hoping she'll be able to find an alternative route than trying to force that raft against the flowing water back to where she came from. But for now she was curious where this place was. She could see that there was a door down here, and she wondered where that led. And she looked in her book, and she could see in the book that it talked about an underground kingdom of giants. And she knew that that was impossible, that perhaps there's just a tribe that was encountered that's a bit taller than normal, and that people centuries ago were generally shorter. So she walked through that door, opened the latch, closed it behind her, and was surprised to see what looked like a normal land. She could see a valley, she could see trees, she could see the blue sky and a sun in the sky. And she knew that she'd been travelling down deeper and deeper, and that there's no way that this could be the same place that she came from. And so she descended into the valley. And as she descended into the valley, she noticed that the trees were much taller than she at first realised. That everything looked normal from the door. It was just a valley to be descended into. And it was only from descending that she realised that she was actually very small in this area. The grass was above her waist, whereas normally the same looking grass would be up to her ankles. And the trees towered way overhead. And she could see a settlement off in the distance and some smoke rising from some of the buildings. And she could see people walking around, people looking like they were working. She could see what looked like a marketplace. So she started heading down towards that settlement. And like with the grass and the trees, as she got closer to that settlement, she could hear the laughter of the people. She could see children running around and playing. But she realised that they towered well above her. That even with those young children that would normally be about 3/4 of her size, she was barely up to their waists. And with the adults, she was barely up to their kneecaps. And at first, she hid, feeling apprehensive and a bit scared. She'd heard stories of giants. Even in the book she'd read about these giants being scary creatures. But as she hid and observed these giants, so she noticed that they were behaving the same as anyone else. The children were having fun and playing. The adults were working and going about their daily lives. They were chatting, they were drinking. And she looked around her to try and get an idea of where this place was. And it looked like it went on in every direction as far as the eye can see. She couldn't see anything that looked remotely like where she came from. And so she couldn't work out where she was. And she decided to get closer to these giants. So she went and crept to one of the houses, snuck her way in through what looked like a cat flap, like a small little door space designed perhaps for a pet. And she crept into the kitchen and hid behind a table leg. And she could hear the giants in here just talking with each other and laughing. She couldn't understand what they were saying, but she could recognize the tonality. She could recognize the way that things were being said as being normal, everyday communication. Just friendly communication, like you would have with any friend or neighbour. And she climbed up onto a chair, climbed up onto the table so that she could get a better look. And while she was on the table, she accidentally made a bit of noise by knocking some cutlery. And so she went and hid behind a teapot. And it was the most beautiful metal teapot. And she hid behind that teapot, crouched down, curled up, as she could hear one of those giants walking over to investigate. And when the giant came over, they didn't at first see her. But then they caught a glimpse of her foot sticking out from behind the teapot, and they lifted up the teapot. And in her most charming voice, she just stood up, waved her hand and said hi, and started a conversation. And these giants didn't seem at all scary. They didn't know the language she was speaking, and she didn't understand their language. But they sat down, they watched while she talked, and they engaged. And she showed things that she had on her, and they showed things back, and somehow they managed to make the communication work. And she tried to explain who she was, where she was from. It didn't seem like they even knew that that door was there. And then one of them went away for a while before coming back with an enormous book, thudding that book down on the table, flicking through that book, and then pointing at a drawing in the book. And she couldn't read the text that went with the drawing, but she recognized that the drawing was of another small person visiting this land, and that this looked like it was something of a myth for this land, in the same way that to her giants were a myth. To this giant, small people were a myth. And they offered her some food, and she ate that food. And they were incredibly welcoming and kind. And she never knew where this place was. And after a while she left this place. She found her way back to that door. And she decided that she would try and climb up that river, up the rapids. It wasn't particularly deep. And so using the pole that came with the raft, she worked her way up through the rapids, found her way back and out of the cave. And she wandered around those hills, trying to work out where that giant land was. And the only conclusion she could have was that somehow maybe there's some magic portal or something that connects two worlds with that door. And she couldn't find any logical explanation for this. She had to accept that what that adventurer had seen was real. And she found her way back to the boat. She tried to tell the crew what she'd seen, and they'd laughed, said she must have been drinking, or must be just trying to pull their legs. And she boarded that ship, and they set sail and carried on their journey. And after a few more days at sea, enjoying nights of watching suns set over the sea, of watching the moon rise, making the ocean glow with silver sparkles and a cloud of stars overhead, she could see a peninsula sticking out into the ocean. On the end of that peninsula was the tallest, brightest lighthouse that she'd ever seen. And she could see that in the book it talked about a magical lighthouse that at the same time as trying to warn you to keep away from the rocks looks so incredible you feel lured towards it. And so she told the crew to only approach in the daylight, so as being able to sail safely to that location rather than being lured there. And the next day, just after sunrise, they headed over towards that lighthouse, and they could see how beautiful and white that lighthouse was, how the stonework seemed to almost emanate light. And when they got as close to the shore as they could safely get, the woman got into a small boat and rowed the last bit of distance to the shore. And arriving on the shore, the woman went exploring. And like many of the locations, it seemed to be very overgrown by nature. Tall trees, dense forest, or dense woodland. Vast, colourful and beautifully smelling meadows. And so she wandered through the meadows, through the woodland. She had to hack her way through. It was so dense. Before eventually coming out in a clearing where she could see this beautiful, sparkling, trickling stream just flowing out from the woodland down into those meadows. She could see butterflies, bees, birds, all darting in and out of that meadow. And the birds diving into that stream, flapping their wings, washing their wings, poking their heads into the stream, seeming to feel a sense of refreshment in this warm weather. And they seemed to be finding it so refreshing. She felt this sense of thirst and decided to scoop up some of that water, splash it on her face, and then drink a little of that water. And she drank some of that water and could feel that cool, refreshing water passing down through her body. And she was surprised to find that as she drank the water, so it was almost as if her aches and pains were fading away. And so she drank some more and some more as those aches and pains faded. And she felt almost invigorated by that water. And she filled a bottle with the water to take with her and carried on her journey, following that stream. And at the end of the stream was a tiny lake, a lake so small it was barely a pond, but it was very deep. And it seemed that that water flowed down to this location and then must flow deep underground. And she dropped a coin into that pond. And at first she could see the high sun glistening off that coin as it sunk into the water. But then it seemed to keep going into the inky blackness, deep into that hole. And she was curious how far down that went. And she had a rope, and so she decided to tie a small rock to the end of that rope. She threw that into the hole, and she allowed that to sink as she held on to the rope. And it just kept descending deeper and deeper until she was holding just the very end of that rope. And she had to pull that back out because she didn't want to lose the rope. And so she knew that it was at least deeper than this rope. And she was curious why this water wore away at this location and led to this specific hole. And so she sat beside that pool of water, and as she did, she could see what looked like tiny goats making the most incredible sound. She wondered whether they were baby goats, but they were just so tiny. And then she saw that they had even tinier ones. And then she saw what looked like tiny hippos around some water way off in the distance, rolling into some mud. And she realized that there are a number of mammals on this island, on this location, that seem to be incredibly small. And this wasn't unusual for some places, but she found it intriguing that she'd come from a land of giants to now finding a land of small creatures that looked familiar yet unusual. And she decided to carry on exploring. She drank some of that water from her bottle, and before setting off again, she refilled that bottle. And every time she drank, she felt this sense of well-being. This sense that somehow it was almost invigorating through her mind and body. She felt her mind was sharper, her vision was sharper. She felt more physically fit and active. And she didn't know if this was just in her mind. And as she continued to explore, she noticed the strangest thing. She could see this shiny looking stone. It was the most incredible thing. It looked almost like a perfectly smooth red stone with some black dots on it. And it was about the size that she was. And as she approached, she noticed that it was actually familiar and was taken aback when she realized it was a human-sized ladybird that just seemed to be resting in the grass. And so she approached cautiously and carefully, but accidentally startled it as she got closer and could see the way it moved its shell out the way, inflated and stretched out its wings, almost like giant lace kites, and started to rapidly flap those wings. And then seeing its body rising up, its legs dangling beneath it, and feeling almost like someone's fanning her face. The pressure of the air being displaced by the flapping of those wings, and the almost rumbling buzz of that ladybird taking off and flying off. And suddenly she realized that there were a few different insects like that she hadn't at first noticed because they were so out of place, that seemed to have grown extremely large here. And that there was something strange about this land. And she wondered whether it had something to do with that water. She didn't know if she was seeing things because of the water. And she found a space under a tree. She got that book out. She continued to read. And she read about that lighthouse. She read about this strange land here, about the giant insects that she had just dismissed as being perhaps just slightly larger than average. And it didn't say anything about the small animals, but it talked about a strange building, a circular stone building here, and that somehow in that circular stone building is the reason for the strangeness in this land. And she tried to work out on the map where that circular stone building is. and she had to head back into the dense woodland. And she pushed on through that dense woodland in the direction where that stone building should be. And in the book it looked like this used to be on the edge of the dense woodland, but that woodland has gradually been reclaiming this land over the centuries, as people don't really visit here. And she found that stone building, and it looked like it was the same kind of stone as the lighthouse, that it seemed like the stonework itself almost emanated and glowed light. And she walked around that building, and she found a white door. She opened that white door. She walked inside that white door to see just an oval room, and around the entire wall were doors. It just seemed to be a room of doors. And yet she knew, having walked around the building to find this door, that this was the only door. And she looked behind herself and saw that the door she had just walked through looked exactly the same as every other door in this room. And she decided, just to be sure, that she would leave a mark on this door. So she got out a crystal that she'd picked up while in the caves, and she scratched on the door a number 1 so that she knew which door she came in and which door to leave through. And although she was very confident that this door was the door she'd come in through, and so this door was the door she should leave through, she opened the door just to double check, given that her experiences have been unusual. And when she opened the door, it was the correct door. And she wondered what could be behind the other doors. She expected that behind each of the other doors would just be a wall, because there's nothing else that could be there. And she looked in the book, and the book said that many of the places that they had travelled to were connected with this building, almost like taking a map, putting a map on a wall, putting little pins in every location you visited, and then finding a central location and placing a pin there, and then placing a thread between each pin and that central location, and knowing if you head out from that central location in any of those threads, you'll go to one of those other places. And they even include a drawing that looks very much like that. And she had read it as being a misunderstanding of maps, when the person who'd written this book had described this place as the centre of the world, when she knew that there was technically no real centre of the world. There was a North Pole, a South Pole, and then there was countries, there was continents, and oceans. There wasn't an actual centre to the world. So she assumed that it was just a misunderstanding. Perhaps through being too naive,
given how fantastical some of the tales were. And as she went to the first door and opened up that first door, she suddenly felt freezing cold, and she could see snow. And she walked through that door, and she was cold and shivering, but she wanted to check it out and see what was here. And she could hear the howling wind. She could see snow blowing across the land, and she was near the coast, and she could see the ice stretched out over the sea. And she walked a little way over that ice, and then she saw the most incredible sight. She saw a narwhal poking its head up out of the water and then splashing back down into the water again. And she thought to herself about those people that have misinterpreted them as somehow being like unicorns or related to unicorns in some way, or being some other mystical being. And she knew that it shouldn't have been possible for her to be here from walking through that door. And she closed that door behind her as she went back into the room. And she could instantly feel the warmth of this location again, that felt so much more refreshing, having come in out of the cold. And she opened the next door and was surprised to see that it was night time. She could see the curtain of stars. She could see some shooting stars. She could see that moon in the sky, and the moon was at a slightly different angle to what she saw it the previous night. So she knew she must be in a different location on Earth. But here it was still a comfortable temperature, and she didn't want to get lost from the door, so she left the door open, and she left a light at the door, so that as she walks away from that door, although there's some light in the room, she wanted to make sure she could definitely find her way back. And she could feel herself walking through tall grass, and as she did occasionally, she would disturb plants and see clouds of fireflies launching up into the sky, and see the green flickering and dancing of those fireflies in the sky. And then she heard a snort and some loud breathing, and could hear some running water. And she could see the water with the glistening from the moon, and could see a shadowy figure. And so she carefully, quietly approached that shadowy figure, approached that water. And she realized that it seemed to be the head and body of a man, but the legs and back of perhaps some kind of animal, almost like a horse. And as they noticed her, they were startled and they jumped back. And again they seemed to be able to communicate with a complex language, but she couldn't understand their language and they couldn't understand hers. But they approached with curiosity, and she approached them with curiosity. And as they got near each other, they bowed their head low, as if to signal friendship and peace. And so she copied and bowed her head. And then they looked back at each other, and she held a hand out, and they held a hand out, and she taught them to shake hands. And they were inquisitive about each other. And when they knew they couldn't communicate with language, they reduced the amount of verbal language they used, just making sounds while communicating non-verbally. And they led her around to their family. And she saw that there were even more, that there were herds of these creatures which looked very human at the front end, and looked almost horse-like for the rest of their body. And she could see the males, the females, the children. And they're all curious about her, and they were walking around her, curious about how she only seemed to have 2 legs. And they nuzzled and touched at her clothes, curious about how she was wearing clothes. And then she saw sparkling coming down from the sky, and could hear a buzzing by one ear and then by the other ear. And she instinctively tried swatting it away, before hearing a small voice, a slightly squeaky voice, and realizing that it was a small green fairy. And it hovered in front of her, and it began to talk, and she was surprised to find that she could understand it. And the fairy explained that they were magic, and being magic, they can communicate in any language, and so they can understand each other. And the fairy said that they can help her to communicate with others just as easily. And the fairy flew off and said, "Follow me." And so the woman followed that fairy and had to run to keep up. And the fairy went to a small stream. And that stream was bubbling, and she could tell that this stream was bubbling because it was a spring. And around the edge of this spring, she could see some glowing mushrooms just illuminating the outside of the spring. And the fairy said to scoop up some of this water and drink some of this water, that this water mixes with the roots of the mushrooms, and these mushrooms connect with all living beings. And so by mixing with the roots of the mushrooms, drinking this water will allow you to be able to communicate with all animals. And so she drinks some of that water, and the fairy explains that this won't last forever,
And so she drinks some of the water from her water bottle as well, and then scoops up some of this water in her water bottle, feeling that she may want to try this again later. And then she finds that she can communicate with these animals here, with these beings here. She can learn more about them. And the fairy tells her that there are many realms connected. And that the location she's found is the centre of those realms. It's like the hub of those realms. That there are many other portals to those realms that can be found. But a wizard, many thousands of years ago, had lived out on a remote location, had created a lighthouse, had created a hub connecting to the realms, so that they wouldn't have to travel to each gateway to the different realms. Instead, they had all the realms where they were. And that centuries ago, another explorer found this location. And she went back into that room, and she explored more of the doors. Walking through one door, she found the most beautiful palaces with the most incredible mosaic floors that echoed and reverberated with each footstep, seeming to make the most perfect pitch. Lands which had palaces stretching high into the sky. Lands with dragons. Lands with all sorts of creatures that seem mythical to us in our normal world. And she realized that everything that was written down about these myths and legends in these different cultures had a seed of truth, that people were just discovering these realms, almost like alternative Earths overlaying normal Earth, where every possibility is a possibility. And they would pass into another realm, but on their trips they would find their way out. Sometimes a realm would randomly fall into sync with the earthly realm. It would seem almost like a cloud descending on that location. It's almost like someone's played a guitar string and another string has started to vibrate in sympathy. And for a moment, the two realms merge. And then you either pass out of that location and are just back in your normal location, like passing out of a bubble, passing through a cloud. Or they go back out of sync with each other again, and the realm disappears. And in most cases, you're back in your normal realm. And in rare cases, ships will disappear into the other realms, perhaps never to find their way back. And the woman checked out the different rooms, checked out those different doors. And after visiting many of those realms, she went back through that first door. She found her way back to the shore. She rowed back to the boat. They raised the anchor and carried on their journey. And she knew now that whatever they find for the rest of this journey will probably just be more of the entrances to these realms, and that what had been written down hundreds of years earlier was true. They weren't just myths. There was nothing for her to intellectually debunk. She's now realised that she just needed to open her mind to how much there can be out there and the possibilities. And she continued her journey, eventually arriving back in her own country, and then spending years writing up a book about her adventures, telling her stories. And now sitting, rocking in that chair, telling her grandchildren, having those children enthralled with her words, captivated by fascinating creatures, lands of giants, dragons, palaces. She takes 2 copies of her book that she's got beside her. She writes their names in those books. She tells them these are the only 2 copies of this book. No one ever allowed it to be printed. No one ever believed her. No one ever opened their mind to the possibilities and the wonder of the world. And so she told her story anyway. She printed her books herself, just to pass down in her family, to help these stories continue on, to help the myths and legends continue on into the future. To hope that one day future generations will go off and investigate these things for themselves, will follow the clues in the books. And the children were so excited by being given these books. And then the grandmother said it's time for bed. She showed them up to their room, settled them down in their beds, kissed them both on the forehead, gave them a big hug, told them that she loved them, turned off the light, and having had a story told, they quickly fell asleep, with their minds racing with imagination and wonder, as children do. And with a smile on her face and happy to have shared with her young grandchildren these stories, that for the first time in years she's been listened to and heard, rather than ignored and laughed at. She sits by a fire. She drinks a warm, comfortable drink before turning the lights off, heading to bed herself. And as she begins to fall asleep, she looks over on the nightstand and she can see a little crystal bracelet that she was given in one of those realms, that she'd revisited a number of times. It was a realm where she'd met her soulmate, and they maintained a connection through that crystal bracelet as a way of her accessing their realm, and they can visit her in her realm, and she just has to wear that bracelet, and it connects almost like connecting the electromagnetic pulse of her heart that synchronizes with her soulmate, and the realms merge, and they can see each other, walk towards each other, spend time together. And for years, they've shared that magical relationship. And every night, she looks at that bracelet, reaches over, gently touches that bracelet with her fingertips, before tucking herself up in bed, pulling her arms in under the covers, pulling the covers up round her neck, and drifting and floating so comfortably and relaxed asleep. You can just have a sense of a young girl walking through a pine forest. And as she walks through that pine forest, she can notice how tall all the trees are around her. She can smell that pine smell. And as the wind blows a breeze through the forest, she can hear the rustling of the pine trees as the branches rub together. And she can see the occasional dancing shard of light breaking its way down through the canopy to the forest floor. And the gentle sound of birds up high in the trees. And she can notice the sound of her footsteps, the occasional cracking of twigs on the floor. And she can feel that breeze on her face. And while she walks through this forest, she has pleasant thoughts in her mind, and a pleasant feeling of comfort and peace. A feeling like living here and being in this pine forest just brings a certain connection to nature, where she feels safe and secure. And she follows a dirt path through the pine forest, then turns down another dirt path. She notices the tufts of green moss on the ground, and the dark pine needles overhead, and areas of brown, dead pine needles just along the edge of the path. And as she follows this path, the path gets narrower as the forest gets thicker and denser. And that increased density reduces the breeze, darkens the forest,
softens the sound. And she finds her way to a small clearing in this forest. A small clearing with just a single house. And she walks up to that house. And this is her home, so she enters the house. She sees her parents just milling around inside the house. She can smell some cooking, and she heads to her bedroom. And she relaxes on her bed, and out of her bedroom window she can see the back garden, surrounded by the dense pine trees. And with this house here, she's got a view of the sky. And so she can see how blue the sky is during the day, and then the stars appearing at night. And she wonders what other forests are like. She's heard about forests in other countries. Forests of wide, tall trees. Forests of white trees. Forests of broad oak trees. And in her mind she's curious what these different forests would smell like, what the bark of the trees would feel like, and what it'd be like to walk through such varied locations. And as she thinks about the difference between one forest and another, relaxing on her bed, she comfortably drifts asleep. And as she drifts asleep, so she begins to hear the sound of circus music. And starts to have this feeling of flashing lights, of multiple colours around her eyes. And that feeling of sensing those flashing lights through closed eyelids. And the music gets louder and louder. And she opens her eyes and finds herself resting on a bench at a fairground. She stands up from the bench and walks towards the different rides. She can see people milling around. She can see children with cotton candy. Children running away from their parents to check out different rides, different amusements. And she's curious about a dark hut at the back of the fairground. It looks like a ride that's been shut down, but something about it draws her in. And she walks towards that hut. And it's dark and quiet around that hut. And it's beyond the rest of the fairground. And as she walks out to that hut, so she can hear the rolling sea rolling in under the end of the fairground. She notices how it's sticking out, almost like on a jetty over the edge of the sea. And she reaches that hut, carefully leans forward, takes hold of the doorknob, opens that door, hears the door creak and squeak. And she walks in to this hut. And the hut's just lightly illuminated from the ambient light outside. And inside the hut, she notices a twinkling of light and colour. And she sees, as she follows the twinkling, that there's a room that seems to have no back wall. And she's shocked by what she discovers, and excited by what she discovers. She sees that she can look out from this location over the dark nighttime ocean. She can see stars in the sky. She can see the moon in the sky. And she can see what looks like a long, colourful dragon of light with flowing, multicoloured ears, a long snout, a slight smile, the friendliest eye looking at her, a really long, weaving, winding body with two small front legs, two small back legs that are hooked up while it's flying and hovering. It seems to be moving its body gently to be able to hover there. And she can almost see through this dragon. She can see its whiskers hanging down and flowing with its movement. And as the movement of the body happens, so the whiskers move and flap, almost like ropes hanging from a moving rope bridge. And in a deep, comforting voice, the dragon tells the girl to climb on. And the girl doesn't know how. And she says this. And the dragon's alongside where the girl is standing. And as she looks at the back of the dragon, so she sees what looks like crystal steps appearing and a crystal carriage appearing on the back of the dragon. And she climbs those steps with a clink and a clunk on each step. She walks into that crystal carriage and sits down on a red velvet cushion. And then the dragon launches itself off into the sky. And she's shocked at how silent this dragon flies, and how she can see behind her that the dragon's tail is moving up and down, undulating, how in front of her the dragon's neck is undulating, but the dragon's managing to keep the movement of where the carriage is so comfortable and still. And she can feel the breeze as that dragon flies rapidly through the sky. She can feel her hair flowing backwards. And she can hear a twinkling sound from the dragon as it turns, almost as if somehow its whiskers twinkle like wind chimes. And she notices that this dragon is flying towards what looks like a distant storm. And the dragon comforts her and lets her know it's all okay. There's nothing to worry about. We're flying above the storm. There's somewhere I want to take you, something I want to show you. And the dragon flies towards that distant storm. And the girl's surprised that she can see lightning striking the ocean. She can see the bottom of the clouds lighting up in patches. And as the clouds light up, she can see that there's sheets of rain beneath the cloud. And yet, there's no sound, just a sense of comfort from the view. And the dragon flies up above the clouds. And the tops of the clouds are white and look so soft and comforting. And then she notices that there's a pure white castle up here in these clouds. And the dragon flies her down to that castle, circles around, wraps itself round and lands in front of that castle. The dragon says, "I'll wait here. Head inside." And the girl climbs off of the dragon onto the cloud. She feels like she's walking on a fluffy, bouncy castle. She feels like she wants to just lie down, it's so soft. But she walks, bounces her way to the castle, enters that castle, and finds that inside the castle the floor is solid marble and echoey. And the inside of the castle just seems to glow with an almost daylight type of light. And yet there seems to be nowhere that light is coming from. It just seems to be glowing from everywhere. And in the middle of this castle is a grand old oak tree. And there's a woman stood next to that oak tree. And the girl walks over to that woman. And the woman explains that this is the tree of life, and that this tree of life gives life by seeding the clouds, stimulating rain, and as the clouds spread around the earth, so life spreads around the earth.
and that the castle and the cloud phase between reality in this world and a different reality, and that there are actually multiple dimensions of reality. And the girl doesn't understand what she's talking about. This woman says there's no need to understand. It's just the way it is. That some things are just the way they are, whether you understand them or not. And then the woman reaches up and grabs some fruit from this tree. And the girl is confused, thinking oak trees don't give fruit. And the woman explains that this tree is a tree of life, and that it's a magic tree, so if you want something, all you have to do is think about it, and it'll produce it. And the girl thinks of the cotton candy that she saw that other child eating. And as she thinks about that, so one of the branches begins to sprout cotton candy, and she can smell that as it starts to grow out of that branch, wrapping around the branch. And then the woman reaches up, breaks that branch off and hands it to the girl. And then the girl walks with this woman while eating that cotton candy. And the woman walks her through to a library and explains that this girl is the only one who can pass on a very specific message, because it needs someone small, someone brave and accepting, someone who isn't fazed by the unusual, someone who's happy to accept the reality they see as being real to them. And that this girl, using her inquisitiveness, has demonstrated that she's the one to pass this on. And the woman gets a book and she reads a bit of this book. And she explains that there needs to be a connection between the air, the earth, and the water. And that as time has gone on, this connection has been lost. But with this girl's inquisitiveness, now's the time to reconnect the air, water, and the earth. And that the dragon can help. And the woman writes something on one of the pages in that book, hands the book to the girl just as she's finishing her cotton candy. And ushers her back out of the castle, telling her the dragon will know where to go. And she heads back to that dragon, climbs back into the crystal carriage, and the dragon asks if she's okay and holding on tight, in such a gentle voice, before launching off the cloud and swooping down. And she notices that she can see that fair,
and that the dragon seems to be flying very fast out to sea beyond the fair and aiming down towards the sea. And the girl worries about this dragon flying so fast and down towards the sea. And the dragon says it'll all be okay. You're on my back. You'll be fine. Just stay in the carriage. And with barely a splash, the dragon passes under the water. The water rises up around the carriage. And yet none of the water seems to pass into the carriage. And she knows that there were no windows in this carriage. She could feel the air on her face. And the dragon seems to accelerate underwater. And she notices these pulses of water pass by her. And then the girl begins to notice in the deep, dark depths of the ocean what looks like another glowing white building coming into view. And she sees that off in the distance, deep under the ocean, is another glowing white palace. And this palace looks different, but it looks like it's made of whatever the same material is. And the dragon lands by the palace. And the girl says to the dragon, I can't leave your back because there's water out there. And the dragon says it'll all be okay. Just get out of the carriage and you'll be fine. And the girl goes to the side of the carriage. She climbs onto the steps and notices that the water doesn't seem to touch her. She descends those steps to the ocean floor and notices that the ocean floor she's walking on seems to be dry and that the water seems to be curving around her. And she walks towards this palace entrance. She climbs into the palace. She worries when she opens the door that the water will go rushing into this palace, and wonders how so much water above a palace, if there isn't water in it, isn't crushing it. But she opens the door to the palace and no water floods in, and she just walks dry into the palace, closes the door behind her. And inside this palace, she sees a woman standing near a pillar of water that seems to be passing all the way up inside the palace, perhaps even out the top of the palace. And in that column of water seems to be a tall coral. And she admires how colourful this coral is, and notices the way it seems to sparkle and twinkle, and can see the movement in the coral. And she walks over to the woman, and this woman says, "You've got something for me." and she reads from the book. And then she writes something in the book. And she thanks the girl for her help. And she explains that you're going to unite the three realms and help us to connect again. And the girl doesn't fully understand. And she hands that book back to the girl. The girl doesn't look at what's written in the book. She just takes the book and gets told to head back to the dragon. So she heads back out of the palace, equally as amazed again how when she opens the door, no water floods in, and as she steps towards the water, it moves perfectly around her, so that she walks totally dry all the way back to that dragon. And as she's walking back to the dragon, she can see the way. It's almost see-through underwater, creating a shimmering of light, pulsing of colour. And she climbs back into the crystal carriage. And rapidly that dragon moves off the sea floor and starts heading back towards the surface. And once it reaches the surface, it explodes out of the water, launching up into the sky. And begins to accelerate faster and faster, well away from where she started. And she has this feeling like it's heading halfway around the world. And it arrives at a location with mountains. And she worries she's going to be freezing cold. She's still only got her purple dress on. And the dragon says it'll all be okay. And the dragon circles one of the high peaks before landing on the snow. And she can see there's a cave entrance high up here in the mountains. She gets off of that dragon, walks through the snow, and is surprised to find that she can feel the crunching of the snow beneath her feet. She can hear that crunching of the snow beneath her feet. But she can't feel any temperature from the snow beneath her feet. And she walks to that cave. And as she enters the cave and begins to descend, she notices that the more she descends, the closer she gets to some underground light that has a feeling of daylight. And then she finds herself in a vast chamber, and in the middle of that chamber is another white palace. And again it seems to be made out of the same material. It seems to emit light. And she walks to that palace, enters that palace, and in the centre of this palace she sees this narrow, tall mushroom. And she can notice the purple patches on the top of that mushroom, the purple streaks going down the sides of the mushroom. And stood underneath this mushroom, she sees a woman. And she walks over to that woman. And the woman says, "You've got something for me." And she gets out that book. She hands that book to the woman. And the woman reads some of the book before writing something in the book. And after writing in the book, she doesn't hand the book back. She asks the girl to help her. And she gets down onto her knees and she starts digging in the mud beneath the mushroom. And the girl gets down on her knees and helps dig with her hands as well. And as they dig, they get their hands dirty. And she places that book underneath the mushroom. She covers that book over with the mud again. She then waters that location with some water from a pot. And the girl's curious, wondering what has just happened. And the woman says that they've all needed to contribute to that book, and now it just needs to grow and become part of the nature and allow nature to take its course. It's not for their involvement now, but this will connect the tree of life, which is giving the rain. This will connect the mushroom, which churns up soil, which helps spread nutrients. And the coral. And the girl is curious. What's going to happen, how it all works. And as she has that sense of curiosity, she begins to see what looks like some precious stones forming in the skin of that mushroom. And she notices light seeming to emanate from those stones, shining off around the room, multicoloured. And the woman explains that the same thing will be happening to the coral, the same thing will be happening to that tree. This is connecting the realms. Of the earth, the air, and the water, and connecting the dimensions. That people are so used to the dimensions they live in, they're almost blind to the other dimensions. And yet nature needs all dimensions. And she explains that it may not make full sense, but the world is quantum. And the girl doesn't really understand. And she sees this flash of light come from the mushroom, almost like a pulse being given off, followed by another pulse and another, almost like the mushroom has developed a heartbeat. And the woman says that the same will be happening in the other palaces. And the girl gets told that she can have a gift for her help. That she can go into the library here and she can choose one thing to take away with her. And she walks into the library and she can see books floor to ceiling. But something she notices is a bowl with some water. And in that water, she sees a single cherry blossom just floating on that water. And although she's got the choice of all these books to choose from, she feels drawn to that single cherry blossom. And as she puts her hand in the water and scoops that cherry blossom out of the water, so the cherry blossom begins to turn into a crystal. She finds herself looking at the most beautiful pink and emerald crystal in her hand. And the woman says, "Great choice, a very wise choice." And the woman takes a pin off of her top. She attaches the pin to that cherry blossom and then attaches the cherry blossom to the girl's purple dress. And she tells the girl to go back to the dragon. And so the girl heads back out of the palace, back up out of the cave. She walks back through the snow to that dragon. She climbs back onto the dragon's back, into that crystal carriage. And the dragon launches from that mountain and seems to accelerate rapidly back around the earth, back towards that fair. And as the dragon arrives back at the fair and silently pulls alongside the building she climbed out of, she climbs out of the crystal carriage, walks down the crystal steps. She turns to look at this dragon, sees its friendly smile, sees its friendly eyes, and the gentle way it moves and floats, the way its whiskers blow in the breeze like wind chimes. The softness of this dragon. And the dragon tells her that I'll always be in your heart, we'll always be connected. You've done more today than you realise. And you're going to blossom well. And the girl doesn't understand. And in a blink, the dragon launches itself off and disappears off into the night. And the girl walks back through the building, back through that fair, and walks back to that bench. And then she remembers that she thinks she's dreaming. She had totally forgotten about that. It all feels so real. And then a man walks over and says to her, "You've been there a while." And he holds his hand out. And in his hand is what looks like a little clockwork mouse. And he winds that mouse up. and it starts twitching its nose. It starts walking around on his hand. And it looks so real in the way it moves. Yet it almost looks like it's made of pieces of wood, little pieces of metal. So intricately done. By someone who clearly understands mechanisms. And this person hands her that clockwork mouse. Says, just take a moment to close your eyes. Hold on to that clockwork mouse. And as you hold that clockwork mouse, gently pet that mouse. Comfort that mouse. And as you do, just feel a sense of drifting, floating, and falling asleep. And as she listens to his voice and pets that mouse, hearing the cogs gently whirring around, she drifts and floats and falls asleep. And then can feel the comfort, the warmth of her bed. Can notice the warmth of the sun shining through her bedroom window. And she realizes that it's now morning. She opens her eyes and she sees that clockwork mouse resting on top of her bed covers, on top of her. And she picks it up, almost in disbelief. She winds it again, and notices how it moves so real. And then she looks beside her on the bedside table, and she sees that cherry blossom brooch, and an old book she doesn't remember seeing before, and a handwritten letter. And she reads that handwritten letter, keeping to herself what she read, treasuring that knowledge, knowing that as the time is right, she'll read through the book. And she wants to share her experience, but she doesn't know if her parents will understand. And she can see her dad sitting reading a book in the living room. And she can see her mum outside painting. She heads outside into the back garden. And her mum's there, painting on a large canvas. And she's painting with her fingers, picking up different paints and different fingers. And she's blind and just feels the artwork. And as the girl watches for a while, she notices that this abstract artwork that her mum is painting seems to resemble the dream that she'd had. That at the top are clouds and a glow on one side. In the middle are mountains, and underneath is underwater. And flying right across the canvas is what looks like almost a translucent dragon. And the girl asks about what was painted. And the mother says she doesn't know what she's painted. She's just painting what she feels. That she'd splashed some dots of paint with a paintbrush. She'd smeared some paint. She went with the flow, feeling that paint and spreading it where the feeling took her. And in her mind she felt like she was connecting with the world in some deep and meaningful way. And the girl began to explain about her experiences, explaining about the dragon and how she thought at first it was all a dream. And the mother had a bowl of water next to her, and she washed her hands in that bowl of water. And she felt that brooch. And as she touched the brooch, she spoke about how she could feel certain energy from it. How her senses of touch and other senses are so heightened that she's sure she can feel something about it. More to it than just a brooch. And the girl explained about the multi-dimensions, about the connection of the air, water and earth. And the mother just took it all in her stride and smiled at her daughter and said your dad would also understand. And the daughter wondered what it all meant. And the mother said, when you're older, you'll know, you'll be painting pictures like this yourself. You'll be seeing that dragon again. And you'll be discovering more. And there's more for you in the future. And that day the girl went out, appreciating the world around her on a deeper level, curious about whether the dragon is out there somewhere, or whether it's just on whatever place she went in her dream, whether that was the real same world as she's in now, or a different world. From what her mum and dad had said, it sounded like it was probably the same world. She just accessed a different dimension. And that night, she read a little bit of that book, and she could smell from the pages of that book the most beautiful, perfumey smell. She had this sense that somehow that smell was being set up to let her know about future events and future adventures. And as she rested that book in her arms and was gazing at the mouse beside her, she drifted and floated with a smile on her face, comfortably and relaxed asleep. But as you drift asleep, you can have a sense of two twins on a boat. And they're out on their first trip alone together. And these two twins, they've just turned 18. And for their 18th birthday, they're going out across a piece of ocean to an island. They're going to camp on that island and spend some time proving how independent they are. And so, as they travel on that boat, they can hear the wind in the sail, the sound of the waves against the sides of the boat. They can notice what the sky looks like, feeling the breeze against their faces. And they arrive at the island, carefully moor up the boat at a jetty. And they take their belongings off that boat, walk down the jetty onto the island. And it's quite a large island, but there's no one here. And off on the horizon they can see the shoreline, the mainland. And as the sun passes across the sky, and the afternoon sets in, gets later and later, so they find a space a little way from the shore, just on the tree line, to set up camp. And they find that almost everything they do is in sync with each other. They don't know whether they believe in telepathy or not, but they sometimes feel like they probably have some kind of telepathic connection. When one does one thing, the other knows what to do at the same time. And they frequently think they know what each other's thinking. And so they set up a reasonably large tent, big enough for the two of them to sleep comfortably in that tent, with plenty of space to walk around in the tent. And they set up that large tent, set up the beds in that large tent. They make that tent so cosy, so comfortable. And they can hear the breeze blowing, making the sides of the tent gently wave and move. They can smell the fresh sea air blowing in through the entrance of the tent. And the first thing they do once the tent's all put up and their beds are made, as they lie down on their beds and instantly start to feel like just relaxing for a moment, taking in the beginning of this experience, that kind of relaxation you feel after you've done a task, or you've just made a bed and you just want to lie down for a moment, with that sense of achievement, that sense that you deserve this. So they just relax there for a bit, not talking to each other, but just listening to the sounds outside the tent. The sound of the sea lapping on the shore. The sounds of birds among the trees behind them. And the sound of the wind. And then as that sun gets lower in the sky and begins to set. So they decide to go out onto the beach, just a short few steps from the entrance to the tent. Set up a campfire, place some comfortable chairs near that campfire, and cook themselves some food and have a drink. With the dancing light of the campfire and the sight of the setting sun, and that crackling sound of the campfire. And as they cook and eat their food, so they enjoy the smells of that food. They laugh and joke and enjoy this first night. And then notice how the sound of the sea lapping on the shore changes slightly as night falls. How the sound almost sounds broader with a slight echo to it. And they walk barefoot down to the water's edge, through that soft sand, through the dry, soft sand as they approach the water, then noticing that sand become firmer and cooler as it becomes damper the closer to the water they get. Then having those waves gently lap on the shore, roll in, tickle their feet, and then roll back out again, pulling that fine sand out over their feet, through their toes. And they stand on the water's edge, side by side, gazing out towards where the horizon would be. And they can't see the horizon, because the horizon is as dark as the sky. But they can have a sense for where it is, because they can see where the stars end. And out here on a deserted island, the quilt of starlight above them is twinkling so bright they can see colours in the sky. They can see more stars than they've ever seen. And they feel a sense of scale, gazing up, like that sky must be so large. They walk back up the beach a little bit, lie down on that soft sand, lying side by side, just staring up at the sky, hearing those waves rolling in further down the beach, and just seeing those stars arching overhead, noticing the occasional shooting star whiz and fizz across the sky, sometimes green, sometimes red, sometimes blue, sometimes the most pure white. And they find themselves naturally falling into conversations of a philosophical nature, wondering whether there's any other life out there, wondering if other life out there is doing similar to them here, gazing up at the night sky, wondering whether any other life is out there. They wonder whether there's any alien spaceships flying around out there. They wonder whether in the future mankind will encounter aliens, what that would be like, how that would change things for humanity. They wonder whether mankind has ever met aliens in the past, and what they would have thought of those aliens. They discussed how in the past mankind probably would have thought they were gods, coming down from the heavens, landing in balls of fire, and then leaving in these roaring balls of fire. And they found that there was something about lying on a beach, feeling calm, relaxed, gazing up at how large the universe is, arched overhead, that seems to encourage a sense of wonder and conversations of wonder. And that those conversations and that sense of wonder can give a sense of perspective. And really show how small you are in the universe. And their conversation turns to, what if there is no other life out there? And the importance that would place on humanity to preserve the life that's here, to make sure to look after the life that's here, to protect the planet, if that's all there is. And if it isn't all there is, then a focus on going and meeting more life would be an incredible thing for the future. And after a deeper conversation than they've had in years, they head back to the tent. And they sit just outside the tent for a while as that fire burns down to embers. And as the fire burns down, so it starts crackling faster, a bit like cereal in the morning. And then that subtle glow and that warmth begins to fade. And their feet are fully dry now. So they rub off the sand, head into the tent. They settle down in their beds. They continue their conversations, snuggled up comfortably in their beds, with torchlight glowing around them. That sound of the ocean outside. Feeling so calm and so relaxed, and they drift and float comfortably asleep. And the next morning, they awaken early to the rising sun, the sounds of birds around them. They feel so alert and full of energy. They leave the tent. They gaze out over the daytime view, noticing the difference again in the sound of that sea. And their plan is to explore the island. They're going to walk to the river that will take them inland to the centre of the island. And they'll hike to the centre of that island during the day. And in case they need it, they've got themselves some hammocks they can hang in the trees that come with small tent coverings that almost create a tent for one, a bit like a cocoon. And so they set off towards the river, walk along the edge of that river, heading in towards the centre of the island. And they carry on their conversations as they walk along the edge of that river. And they can hear the river lapping gently against the sides of that riverbank. And around the river, the forest gets denser and denser the more inland they go. And the easiest route to take is to skirt that forest, keep following the river. And this river is a tidal river. The seawater flows in, and fresh water flows out. And as the sea rises and falls through the day, so the river rises and falls. And a wave at the front of that pushes down the river. And after some time, they find their way to the source of the river, to a natural spring. And it seems very small and unassuming. And yet this small-looking spring pushes out enough water to push back the sea. To flow that fresh water down towards the ocean. And they head up, away from the edge of the river, up slightly into the forest. They stop for something to eat. And then one of them gets out a book, and in that book is a folded map. And they look on that map and they see that they're almost at the location of something they really wanted to try and find. They'd heard that there was a chest buried here. They didn't know what was in the chest. But growing up, their dad had kept on talking about a chest on this island. And from his stories, they'd worked out where they thought it might be. And they didn't know if he was telling the truth or just telling bedtime stories. But they enjoyed the idea of one day trying to find out and see what this treasure is, if it exists. And so after having something to eat, they find that location they've marked on the map. They try and see if there's any giveaway signs, anything that might let them know where that chest might be. And they look around them, and they notice that generally the trees are very dense. But there's one area where they can just see slightly more light, seeming to shine through the trees above. And so they wonder if maybe there's a bit more of a clearing in that area. They think it's a long shot, but they decide that they'll go and check out that area. So they cut through the forest. And as they do, they can hear the rustling leaves overhead as the wind blows a breeze. They can see the dancing shards of light as the sun manages to occasionally burst through the moving leaves. And they reach that clearing. And they get a little camping shovel out of one of the bags. They scrape the topsoil off, they scrape some of the leaves off, some of those twigs off. And they take a look down at the clearing to see if there's any height difference, if there's anything that might give away that something's under the ground. And they notice that some of what's growing on the ground isn't quite as thick in one area. And they wonder whether maybe that's because there's something quite shallow under that area. So things can't dig their roots down quite the same there. There isn't quite so much moisture there. So they go to that space. And they dig down carefully, removing that soil, until they hear a knock, and they realise they've reached something. And excitedly they carefully nudge down with the spades, working out the dimensions, clearing the soil from above that, clearing the soil from around the sides of it slightly. And then together they reach in, lift that out, and place it down next to the hole. And they see that that chest is locked. And they don't know how they're going to get into it. They've not got a key. And they've not got any other clues. They decide that what's best would be to take that chest back to the camp, where they could work on it some more. Maybe they could pick the lock. So they start carrying that chest back, but decide after a while that it's a bit too heavy. So they stop and decide to see if they can pick the lock here. And they start trying to pick that lock, carefully listening to the lock while moving the workings inside the lock up and down, until they hear a slight click, and then moving to the next bit inside that lock, until they hear a slight click again. and then holding that bit in place and moving to the next bit. And then that lock pops open and they remove the lock. And with a slight squeak, they open that lid and they look inside the chest. And inside the chest, they can see an old book. And next to the old book is a small little box. And then what looks like a letter or something inside an envelope. And then next to that, on both sides, are some bars of gold. And they realise that those bars of gold must be what was making this so heavy. And they pick up those bars and they handle them. Feel how smooth those bars of gold are. They put them back down into the chest. They pick up the small little box and they open it, and inside they see a golden key. And that golden key is on a chain. And so one of the twins puts that golden key over their neck and just hangs that over their neck. And then the other one looks in the envelope. And when they try and read what's written on the paper, they find that it seems to just be symbols. It doesn't seem to make sense. And they turn it over and they both take a look. And the way it's written looks like it's meaningful. It's just that they don't understand the meaning. And then they take out that old book. They can notice how all the pages seem to be almost like they were individually just torn bits of paper, turned into a really old book, looking hundreds of years old. And they can't really understand much of the writing in this book either. But they try and look through. They can see there are some illustrations in this book. And they decide that they want to take the book, want to take the key, and want to take the letter with them. They don't feel they need the gold. They want the puzzle. They want to solve this puzzle. So they return that chest, they cover it over. And now, not carrying quite so much, they set off back to their camp. And back at the tent, they look through that book, they look at the letter, and they try and compare the two and see if they can work out any kinds of patterns. And they happen to have mobile phones with them, and so they try and look up some of the different symbols, see if they can find any clue as to what any of this might mean. They start to find some references to certain symbols. And so, in a separate notebook, they start writing down what those symbols mean. And they notice that these symbols mean a different language. So they keep having to use a translator to work out what this language means as they translate a few words at a time. And not only is it a different language, but it's an old version of that different language. And they realise that this book, as they get more and more of the words, seems to be almost like a book of spells, a book of healing. It describes itself as a book that you can heal people by reading to them, by having them enter some kind of a trance state, and then reading these spells to them. And if they follow along to these spells, then healing can occur. And that you can say these spells to yourself, allowing that healing to occur for yourself. And they decide that they're going to need plenty of time to work out and decipher the entire book. And the letter, they discover, is about the book. And it tells them that there's even more for them to find. That this was where they'd hidden the last of their treasure. And it talks about how this was the last stand of some witches. That witches became hunted down. That instead of being appreciated for the healing work that they did, people became scared of them. So they turned the last of their money into gold, took it out to this island, placed their book of spells in this location. And there's a building on the mainland, and the key is for that building. And this is where they hid their witch's past, and decided to put all that behind them and just fit in. But people were too scared to be ready to accept help from those who could heal. And the twins talked about how it would be a bit like people with greater knowledge, like aliens, landing and trying to share that knowledge. And if the knowledge is too advanced for them, or seems too alien for them, then some people that can scare them. It can make them feel anxious and worried, perhaps even uncertain. And it's human nature to identify risks. And some people can get stuck on a spiral of identifying the risks without stepping off that spiral to take an objective look from a place of calm and peace. And that seems to be what happened here hundreds of years ago. And so the twins settled down for another night, knowing they're heading back to the mainland in the morning. And they drift and float comfortably and relax to sleep. And the next day, they pack everything away onto their boat. They set back off towards the mainland. And as they travel back to the mainland, they talk about how this was a great trip to make on turning 18. was an exciting trip to make. And it's a trip that's going to continue to teach them something new with this book. A trip that's going to allow them hopefully to find the building that key opens. And so they head back to the mainland, head home, drop everything off at home, say hello to their parents, freshen up. And then they carry on deciphering that book and the letter. And after deciphering many of the spells in that book, they realise that there's an address. And it's not an address that makes much sense now, but they know from the history of the area that it made sense once in the past. And so they look up where that address would have been. And later that day, they travel off to that address. They jump on their bikes. And they cycle some distance, turning into some woodland, cycling through the woodland, passing through a meadow, heading out into a more rural area, cycling down what's barely a road. They pass a field with the most beautiful white horse. They pass a field of sheep. They keep cycling where there's barely any houses. And they'd planned on trying to get back before the sun set, but now were aware that they probably won't. They let their parents know that they are okay, but they're going to be home a bit later. And they turn down a dirt track, down into what looked like a deserted, perhaps a farm. They didn't know exactly what was going to be down this dirt track. They could notice the low fog as the evening set in. It was hanging over the fields around them, occasionally crossing that dirt track as it escaped from the fields. The way it parted as their bikes went through that fog. They could see fireflies among the trees. And the way their backsides glowed even more in the white fog, creating glowing patches of fog. And apart from the sounds of their bikes, there was just silence. There'd be the occasional sounds of crickets. But then as they approached, they would go silent as well. And sometimes there'd be the sound of movement in the sky, perhaps a bird flying out of a tree, maybe some bats flying overhead. And eventually they arrived at a rundown property. Didn't look like anyone had lived here for years. The roof on one side of the property had caved in. The walls had half caved in on that side of the property. The other side of the property was still standing and looked structurally okay. And around this property was a low, dense fog. And the girls got their mobile phones out and the torches on their phones. Walked into this property and started exploring in the property. And they found a door against a wall. And they tried the key in that door. And as they put that key in the door and they twisted that key, so it sounded like there was a click and a clunk, and then a winding sound, almost like clockwork. And then the door opened. They could see some steps going down. And so they followed those steps down deep under this property. And they walked down those steps. And they found themselves in an underground chamber. And were surprised at the size of this chamber. And they started exploring. They could see different belongings. And I imagined these belongings probably belonged to these witches. And they found some records, really old newspaper articles that were more like just sheets of paper, not like a newspaper that they're used to. And from everything they've deciphered and what they learned of the language, they realised that some of what was written was diary entries of these witches. And then there were these newspaper clippings, these kind of newspaper pages that seemed to be in Old English about these witches, showing that people of the time were fearful of them. And they'd kept these different pages, these different articles. And they found many other items that showed that these witches were just like anyone else. They obviously just knew how to help heal people. They knew how to communicate in a way that stimulated healing in others. And then as one of them were exploring, they touched a brick that looked like it was sticking out slightly. They just had that instinctive feeling of wanting to push that brick into place. But when they did, the wall slid open, revealing a secret passage. And they looked at each other and decided to explore that secret passage. And it was a narrower passage, but perfectly tall enough for them to walk through. Just like walking along a normal corridor. And at the end of the corridor, they noticed that it opened out into a room of mirrors, and their lights bounced off all those mirrors. They could see themselves in those mirrors. and there was a seat right in the middle of them. And one of them sat down on that seat. And they could see on a silver plaque on the ground a sign saying to look inside yourself, to see yourself. And so they sat there and they looked at themselves, and they could see, as they relaxed their vision, themselves in the mirrors at the side. They could see themselves in the mirror in front. They had a sense of themselves in the mirror overhead. And then the other one came and sat down, and both twins perched on that chair. And they wondered what this room was all about. And they shone their light around the mirrors. But to properly see themselves, they had to aim the light diagonally down, so that it would bounce around the mirrors and just begin to illuminate the room, rather than bounce strongly straight back at them. And as they gazed into those mirrors, both sat there together. One of them got that book out and started looking through the spells, and then picked a spell and said, "I think we should read this one while we're here. About good fortune for the future, as we've just turned 18. And so the other twin got the translated version in the notepad, flicked to that page, and together they started reading that spell out loud. And while they read, so they noticed the way that that sound seemed to reverberate around this room, almost like the spell was bouncing off the mirrors back at them. And as they read, and they fell into a comfortable rhythm of reading, so the strangest thing happened. The light from their phones almost seemed to turn into colours of the rainbow reflecting around those mirrors. There was a rainbow of coloured light reverberating in this room, and they continued comfortably to read, and that light continued to pulse and reverberate stronger and stronger, until all of a sudden it was as if the room didn't exist. The light reverberated and pulsed stronger and stronger and stronger, until it all became white light again, getting brighter and brighter. And then it turned into the blue sky of day, the most beautiful country garden, trees around the outside of the garden, the sounds of birds, the warmth of the sun on their face. And as they looked around themselves, they noticed it was as if they were sat on a bench in this country garden. They could see a vegetable patch off at the back of this garden. They could see butterflies and other insects going about their business. They could see birds, hearing those birds. They could see the most beautiful roses just swaying in the breeze. And some of those roses were so close they could touch those waxy petals. And they looked around themselves in astonishment, curious at what had happened. They were only 2/3 of the way through the spell, and now they seemed to be here. And they can see an oak tree standing tall at the end of the garden that looks like it's been there for an age. So they walk together down this garden, still wondering how they got here and where here is. They reach that oak tree, ran their hands around the bark, noticing how real everything in this garden feels, wondering how they can both be having this experience. And they could see out the back of the garden a meadow, and in that meadow they see someone walking a basset hound. They gaze up and see a bird of prey on an updraft of warm air, just circling gently high above that meadow. They see some squirrels in the trees, climbing, weaving their way around the trunk of the trees. And they notice they can't hear any cars or any other people. It seems to be a very natural environment. And they look back towards where they've just walked. They see the back side of a beautiful cottage, with the back door open onto this country garden. But as they look back, so they notice the occasional flicker and movement. And they carry on reading that script. They carry on reading that spell. And as they read, so the experience continues to unfold around them. This feeling of comfort. Both thinking this is the future we want. To live somewhere beautiful. Somewhere natural. Somewhere away from the hustle and bustle of busy cities. And they realise that this is a representation of a possible future of theirs. They catch a glimpse of themselves in a pond in the garden as they gaze down and see a frog jumping into that pond. They notice the gnomes fishing in that pond, and as they see themselves, at first they wonder if they saw what they thought they saw. And so they look closer as that water becomes stiller. And they realise that they definitely both look older, and that this is a representation of their future. And they continue reading that spell, and as they reach the completion of that spell, they sit back down on that bench, and then they just wait and observe the world around them, feeling that this experience is somehow transformative internally for them. Feeling this connection with this place. And then while they remain still, so this reality fades, they can see those mirrors again. The room becomes darker with just the lights from the phones illuminating, bouncing off those mirrors. And they realise that something about being in this room allowed the experience to be more real than perhaps just having the experience of listening to a spell. And that together they had that experience as a shared experience. And they turned and left this room, walked back down that secret passage, pressed that brick again as that passage closed, walked out of this room, back out to the main building. And when they reached the main building, they saw an elderly woman stood there, and they were startled for a moment before seeing her friendly smile. And she said that she'd been hanging around all this time for these twins to arrive. She said that one of the spells allowed one of them to remain alive in this location, connected to this property, for the time when the right people arrive, to take the torch into the future, and that the two twins are those people, destined to carry that magic forward. And then she handed them both a small bracelet. And they both put the bracelet on each. And as soon as they did, so the property started twinkling and sparkling. Lights started dancing all around them. A swirling, twinkling, sparkling cloud of light started emanating from their feet, up around them, around the woman. And as it did so, it was as if it was drawing the fog into the property, spinning that white fog, illuminated by the sparkling, twinkling light and a slight hum. And it was as if the woman, who they'd just seen in front of them, vanished and disappeared into that fog, almost as if she became part of that fog as it circled around them, getting lighter and lighter, twinkling more and more, with each twinkling light illuminating the fog. And then as that fog began to clear, so they noticed something incredible. But while the fog was clearing, so there was a light on in this room. And as it continued to clear, the walls looked white and newly painted. And they noticed that this whole room looked brand new. And they walked through to the next room and the next room, and they opened doors, and it was as if this entire place had been rebuilt by that fog. And then on a work surface in the kitchen, they saw a handwritten note. Just saying, "Home, sweet home. Happy birthday." and they wondered what that meant. And then as they walked out of the property to take a look from the outside, they could see that the garden had been done up, that everything was still glowing, although it was night time. Everything around the property was glowing, as if there was light just illuminating this area. They could see that everything was being manicured, that the hedges were no longer overgrown. The garden was no longer overgrown. And as they walked around the other side of the property, they noticed the back garden, and that it looked just like the back garden they had just seen. And then back round the front again, hanging on the door, were 2 keys, and a tag on each key, with each of their names on the tag. And a letter confirming that this was their home. And they didn't know what to make of this. And they headed back on their bikes as that property dimmed behind them, wondering how to explain all this to their parents. They cycled all the way home, noticing how the fog had lifted, and it was a clear night. And on arrival home, it was getting very late. They headed into the house, thinking they'd probably have to just sneak to bed so as not to wake anyone. But as they walked in, so they saw their mum and dad stood there with tears in their eyes, saying how proud they were of them as young adults who they're going to become. And then the dad explains that he'd always known about this experience, about what was going to happen today. That he was brought up being told the stories about the future, and about his role in presenting the ideas and telling stories as they grew up to encourage them to explore. And that for generations those stories have been passed down. For the time when the next set of twins are born in the family, and that it will be that set of twins that will take hold of the property that the previous set of twins in the family used to own. And he knew when they went out and said they were going to be late home, and when they went exploring after visiting the island, that they'd obviously found and worked out what they needed to work out. And the dad got out a book that outlined some of the family history, and they sat for many hours learning about those twins hundreds of years ago, about their abilities, and about how that was passed down through generations and recounted through generations until now. And that they knew that whenever they're ready, they've got a home they can move into, if they're happy to continue to share that home. And they've got somewhere that's the family home. And that night, the girls went to bed, And as they lay there in bed with the moonlight shining in the window, and that curtain just blowing ever so slightly, with that window being slightly open, as that cool breeze just gently blows in across their faces, they talked about the experience, about the book, about the future, as they drifted and floated comfortably asleep. And while they slept, they knew they would wake with the most wonderful future ahead of them, with purpose, feeling a sense of security, knowing they've got the security of somewhere to live, the security of such loving and kind parents, and security in many other ways. And they drifted and floated comfortably and relaxed asleep.